KAILASA. It is irreversible permanent enlightenment, irreversible power manifestation, irreversible permanent empowerment. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man, be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression, or the worst suicidal patterns, or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution.
KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
Purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock after millions of years comes back to earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? KAILASA is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this KAILASA Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, KAILASA, by creating a model KAILASAs all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and KAILASA of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, KAILASA stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical, and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished, and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of KAILASA. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of KAILASA.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of KAILASA. Since 1994, up to until now.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Bimalachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanam everyone, welcome back to the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. KAILASA National Security Agency would like to have some mandatory security measures. Please be aware of all those security measures. Also, please be aware of all the important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasvasis attending from the Kailasa monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, NTV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, YouTube viewers, and all those blessed to have Naina Diksha to a video conferencing who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So now we'll look into the brief introduction of Devi Parashakti and the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. She is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic Brahmanda Yoni from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes. She is the source of Big Bang and the black holes. Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with the mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what we think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that our ability to connect with the mother should be directed to cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken our higher consciousness. It should inspire our higher consciousness to express through us. Connecting with life as the mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form ever to connect. So today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? Sama is oneness and Adi means the source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude. aspect. So bhava samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of, and in Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karma of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the most powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when we are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for us, raising us to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on our being. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is it works on the two fundamental principles that divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from the KAILASA, the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and the incarnations. So all the divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest through Archa Avatara, that is deities in the temple, and through Bhava Samadhi Darshans in the Nijavatara, that is through the incarnations. So Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, the supreme consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of the superconscious energy, but the human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. And the avatar comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. And Bhava Samadhi awakens our Kundalini Shakti, which is latent potential energy in every human being. During darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of the conscious energy that heal, empower, and transform our life. During Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neuron activate and process all the other movements or the information of the avatar just by seeing. So now we look into the Akashic readings, and these are the readings from the cosmic archives. So Akashic readings are not the predictions, it is reading from the cosmic archive. Beyond the time, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. Because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, which is beyond the dimension of time, and that's why there is no past, present, and future. And that's the reason why what we call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are clearly already recorded. So now we'll be looking into a brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the coronation ceremony along with the various contributions to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till we become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have.
Welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now we look into the brief introduction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who were enlightened masters and adepts. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga and temple-based university a lifestyle for humanities. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by the spiritual adepts and enlightened masters of Hinduism before the year of 1981. In the year of 1981, he was initiated into the Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the age of 3. In the year of 1988, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tundai Mandala Adinam, the oldest monastic university. In the year of 1994, he was appointed as the successor of Arunachala Sravanya Peetham by the Guru Parampara. In the year of 1999, he founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASAs internationally. And in the same year, he was also coronated as the successor of Kashi Sravanya Peetham. So here you can see the pictures of Guru Parampara of Arunachala Sravanya Peetham. Also, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the early age of 21 founded the Nithyananda Sangha to revive the KAILASAs internationally. Here you can see the pictures of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the age of 21. In the same year, in the year of 1999, he was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sravanya Peetham, and in the pictures you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Kashi Sravanya Peetham. In the year of 2002, he founded the Adi KAILASA Sravanya Peetham, and in the year 2004, he was declared as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sravanya Peetham. In the same year, he was also appointed as the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. So in the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism doing the Bhumi Puja and laying the foundation stone for building the Adi KAILASA Sravanya Peetham. Here in the picture, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the coronation ceremony as the successor of Bhagyanagara Sripura Sravanya Peetham. In the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the previous kings of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of Suryavamsa lineage. In the year of 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adi Pallava Sravanya Peetham, and in the same year, he was declared as the Mahamandaleswar of Mahanirvani Akhada. In the year of 2012, he was coronated as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shyamala Peetha Sravanya Peetham, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the reviver of Adi Pallava Sravanya Peetham, and he has started the work of revival at the age of 29 in the year of 2007. So in the pictures, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the consecration, the Prana Pratishtha of the deity and the various other rituals at the Adi Pallava Sravanya Peetham. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, Pontiff of Kailasanatta Shyamala Peetha Sravanya Peetham. So in the left side pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism at the Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasanatta Shyamala Peetha Sravanya Peetham. And on the right side, you can see Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing the Nitya Pujas and various other puja at the KAILASA, Shyamala Pitha, Sarvanya Pitham. In the year of 2013, he was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhara, which is the largest apex monastic order. And during the coronation, at the time of coronation, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. In the same year, he was declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhara, which is the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year of 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tanjore Adinam. So here in the pictures, you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhara. And here in the pictures, you can see the Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, at the Tanjore Adinam, performing the various rituals, and also in the temple, Somanatha Swami temple of the Tiruvarur, Tanjore Adinam. In the year of 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam, followed by the coronation as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam. And in the same year, he was also coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Panchanadikulam. So here you can see the Guru Parampara pictures of Guru Mahasannidhanam of Tiruvarur Adinam. And here in the pictures, you can see the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Vedaranyam Adinam. In the year of 2015, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. And in the same year, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladam. In the same year, he was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders. So here in the pictures, you can see the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam. And here you can see the coronation ceremony of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Koladamat at the age of 37. He is also elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs at the age of 37, and this happened in the year of 2015. So now moving to the global initiatives taken by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma globally. 26 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution, peace initiatives, sustainable Hindu practices through the various international agencies and the bodies. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, that is translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles has been sold, read, and downloaded. He has also established the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. He is revered as the most prolific, most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over 1 billion views on the social media. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is respected as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures, such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jaina Sutras, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, and various other scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. He is acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by the Watkins Mind, Body, Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to the humanity. He is also the establisher of the largest Hindu university in the world with the satellite campuses in 150 countries. He is the establisher of 1,000 plus KAILASA Enlightenment ecosystem, and he is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvanya Pithams all across the world. So with this, we will move to the next segment, that is going to be the science of power manifestation. We'll move to the segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. become Paramashiva. I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now we'll move to the power manifestation segment. The Balasans, the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will now be demonstrating the power of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha. In today's Bhavasamadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiations into the third eye awakening and the various other powers with the blessings and the grace of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We will now be manifesting the powers of the third eye, which is the cosmic browsing center located between brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye just as you do with the two eyes. So what are the Shaktis? In the Vedagama, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting powers are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have the access to various states of consciousness. The Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and you need to manifest a divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. So now we look into some of the fundamental differences of the Shaktis and the Siddhis. The Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and the high integrity with the Guru, whereas Siddhis are the power that manifest from the tapas or enlightened penance for the enlightenment. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human being in an extraordinary way after initiations from the avatar, whereas Siddhis are the permanent and they may divert you. The Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from the enlightenment. So Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva, the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatan Hindu Dharma has been cradle of enlightened being, the highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha, initiations by the enlightened Gurus. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the discipline of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham and Paramashivoham. So how do we awaken these Shaktis, the divine Shakti in us? So every ultimate truth, when mapped into our consciousness, prajna, manifested the possibility and power of every being.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 8276.
So now we look into the science of power manifestation that is authenticated through the 4 aspects of evidences or the pramana. The Shastra Pramana, that is eternal, unchangeable truths revealed in the sources scriptures. And Apta Pramana are the experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism. The Vedic rishis, scientists who time tested and verified the science. The Atma Pramana or the account of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This millennium's avatar personal experience of power manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana or the empirical evidences from the observations and the scientific experimentations. So now, the Vedas, that is the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. The Agamas are the scripture where the applied technology, the applied science is explained. Vedas and Agamas given the status of Shruti, as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva, they are ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from the Shastra or the source scripture is called the Shastra Pramana. So now let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of power of third eye. So first we'll be presenting the Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana. Then we also request the viewers who are watching us through the live YouTube can request for the body scanning. We'll be doing the body scanning for one of the viewers who request us through the live YouTube channel. So in this power of body awakening, body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan the illnesses, disease, medically diagnosed issue, and provide solutions through the awakened thought. The Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, where Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to subtlest constitutive principle of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of essential reality that are being absorbed in their source cause. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Now we'll look into the Apta Pramana, and this is from the life of a great Siddha, Rishi Agatya. So Terayar, who was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya, one day a man suffering from the severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identify the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small therai sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, thus he gained the name Terayar. So Atma Pramana, now we'll look into the Atma Pramana, and this is from the life of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who time tested and authenticated these powers. So on the 22nd December 2019, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam revealed how Swamiji uses the power of body scanning, and paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go to surgery, and therefore for the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge, and I immediately used diagnostic method instead of medical facilities to study the body conditioning due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balance has to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So now we look into the Sakshi Pramana. And these are the experiences of the various disciples, devotees across the globe who experienced and started expressing the power of body scanning after the initiation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we request the viewers who are watching us, they can request for the body scanning. We'll do the body scanning after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life.
Nityanam everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So now we enter into the second segment of the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. In this segment, we will give you the brief introduction about the divine feminine consciousness and about Devi Parashakti, how to receive Devi Parashakti during the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. We will also listen to one of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, the Arulvak of Devi Parashakti, and then we look into the current situation of the world with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. To begin with, the unique contribution to spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship, even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost. And then just if the sacred feminine tradition is there, the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed. Sanatana Hindu Dharma has at least 10,000 sampradayas. If all the sampradayas are lost for some reason and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, Mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole Vedic tradition. In the words of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, that sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself follow Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshans I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. So now we'll listen to one of the short video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about the importance of the divine feminine consciousness and the women in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us listen to this video.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained, Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakti Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women.
So moving ahead, Bhagavan Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, says, Shiva is Brahman, but the Devi has the key to reach Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. Very beautifully, he describes a house scene, and he says, even though husband is the owner, the key to house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of mother, or the small sons of the mother. Only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to mother or people who are closer to mother to reach. So now we'll look into the Shastra Pramana of Devi Parashakti. And this is from the Devi Upanishad, where Devi Parashakti says that I am essentially a Brahman. From me, the world comprising Prakriti and Purusha, the void and the plenum. I am the bliss and non-bliss. The knowledge and ignorance are myself. Brahman and non-Brahman are to be known, say the scriptures of the Atharvana. I am the five elements as also what is different from them. I am the entire world. I am the Veda as well as what is different from it. I am the unborn. I am the born. Below and above, around am I. So Devi Parashakti, she is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and the black holes goes on. Parashakti is the source, source of Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. So out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti here in this video is revealing some truths about herself through the Nijavatara, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோஹம் 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 பரமசிவோஹம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும். பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So before we move to the next segment, we will have a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, D, your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
So now I'll read the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed about herself. Devi Parashakti says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hirimkara, filled as Paraswadasi, living in the 40 triangle, the KAILASA Swamini, who is in the KAILASA Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani, Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nijavatara here to give the good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness, Hiranya Garbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Arapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samarajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as the Nijavatara. With the great compassion, I am blessing listen people to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as the Nijavatara. So now moving to the next part, where we are going to look on how to receive Devi Parashakti and how to prepare ourselves to receive Devi Parashakti, receive her the grace and blessings, getting the question answered, getting the boons and blessings from Devi Parashakti. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment when you are watching the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. See there in your screen, so always receive a very traditional. Keep the betel leaf, one banana, one betel nut and one coin in front of your screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered traditional dakshina. In Hindu tradition, it can be lowest value. In India, it can be even 1 paisa. Even you say it can be even 1 cent. So always receive Devi Parashakti with all this traditional offering. Offer all that to Devi Parashakti, and once the darshan is over, do namaskaram and eat the banana, betel leaf and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect these coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality, lifestyle, and remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So now we'll watch a technique given by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and this is the technique of Panchamahabhuta Yoga to prepare our body and mind to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. So we listen to this video now.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud. Earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti's Akashic reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky. At least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with the mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice, at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space, at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
So now, as we all heard about the Panchamahabhuta Yoga, and once we start practicing, this will powerfully prepare our body and mind to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. And with this, now the time has come for all of us to listen to one of the revelation by Devi Parashakti.
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ஹ்ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட இரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது, சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது, பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன், அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி. பரமசக்தி பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியன் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில் நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம், வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
So now we'll look into a rough English translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us. Devi Parashakti says, world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by some ignorant thieves who got stuck in Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from Pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi KAILASA. Adi KAILASA is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the Pralaya. Through the tricks of traitor, rules of the enemies, without any other way out, time came for the sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards the huge destruction. People, even if children do mistakes in ignorance by getting stuck in Maya, it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parasodasi Manonmani, my responsibility to save the cosmos from destruction. I am telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of life will be lost in India. I am telling you the truth. I am telling you the good. Search for protection for your life. So now we'll be moving to the next part of this segment, and that is going to be looking into the current state of world as revealed by Devi Parashakti, and this will be with regard to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic situations. So we'll do so after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings.
Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasmati Darshan. So now we'll look into the current state of world as revealed by Devi Parashakti. So the first report is from World Health Organization, which says authority in 223 countries and territories have reported about 517 million confirmed cases and 6.26 million of death since China reported its first case to the World Health Organization in the December 2019. So in this segment, we'll look into the various the reports from the various news agencies across the world, and also we'll look into some of the researches from the top-notch universities around the world. The first report is from the Taiwan, which says the Taiwan reports 68,769 new cases of COVID-19, and Taiwan has had seen over 60,000 daily COVID-19 cases for the fourth straight day on Sunday, as it reported around 68,000 of new cases and 19 deaths from the disease. And this report is according to the Central Epidemic Command Center. So the new cases consisted of 68,000 plus domestically transmitted infections and 37 cases that were contracted abroad. Of the 672,000 domestic cases recorded in Taiwan from January 1 to the May 14th, 1,151 have been classified as moderate infections and 294 as the severe, accounting for 0.17% and 0.04% of total. So this is the graphical representation of the domestic COVID-19 cases reported in Taiwan, and this is only from the year of 2022. So you can see in the last 1 week, the number of cases that has been reported. Until that, Taiwan has confirmed around 768,000 COVID-19 cases since the pandemic began in early 2022, including 756,000 domestically transmitted infections. The next report is about the Beijing COVID-19 wave, and that has been growing day by day, the wave of COVID-19 cases, but the Beijing is reporting that it is unlikely to become a large-scale outbreak. This is according to the China's top health officials. Next report is from the North Korea, where the explosive COVID-19 outbreak has taken place, and in just 3 days, there have been 820,000 plus cases of COVID-19. And this the report is from the state media. KCNA said that a total of 42 people have died, with 820,000 cases and at least 324,000 under medical treatment. The leader of the North Korea, Kim Jong, has said that the outbreak has caused great upheaval in the North Korea. KCNA reported that all provinces, cities, and the counties of the country have been totally locked down, and working unit, production unit, and residential unit has been closed from. Moving to the next report, and this is from the New Zealand, which says since the beginning of the pandemic, there have been around 1 million cases in the New Zealand. Recently, there was 5,745 new cases in the community, and 15 people were reported to have died with the virus. And there are 7,000 plus new community cases of the COVID in the community today. The 7-day rolling average of community case has been around 7,700, while the last Monday it was 7,479. And the next report is from UAE, which says It has reported 319 COVID-19 cases, 344 recoveries, and no death. The UAE Ministry of Health and Prevention on the Monday reported 319 cases of the COVID-19, along with the 344 recoveries and no deaths. Over 159 million PCR tests have been conducted in the country so far. So total active cases stand at 140,000. The new cases were detected through 124 additional tests. The total number of cases in UAE on the May 16 are 902,000, while total recoveries stand at 886,000. The death toll now stands at 2,302. And this report said that the patients who overcome severe COVID infections suffer the cognitive impairment that people generally go through between the age of 50 and 70. And this is what the new study has found out. And this is equivalent of losing 10 IQ points, said the team of scientists from the University of Cambridge and the Imperial College London. Their findings suggest that the effect of the coronavirus infections are still detectable more than 6 months after the illness, and that cognitive recovery is gradual at best, and that it may even impact people who only had mild cases. So there is a growing body of evidence that COVID-19 causes lasting cognitive and mental health problems, with recovered patients still experiencing symptoms month after infections. The symptoms they report include fatigue, brain fog, problems recalling words, sleep disturbances, anxiety, and even post-traumatic stress disorder. By comparing the patients to 66,000 members of the general public, the researcher estimate that the magnitude of cognitive loss is similar on an average to that sustained with 20 years of age, between the age of 50 and 70 years, and this is equivalent of losing 10 IQ point. The next report is from the World Health Organization, where WHO claims that India had 47 lakh COVID deaths, which is 10 times more than the estimated value. And according to WHO, the estimates say that there were 47 lakh COVID-19 deaths in India from January 2020 till December 2021 end, which is nearly 10 times the official figure. The next report is from Reuters, which says that the Omicron variant is as severe as the other COVID-19 variants. The Omicron variant of the SARS-CoV-2 virus is intrinsically as severe as the previous variant, according to preprint version of the large US study that counters assumptions in other study that it was more transmissible but less severe. The finding, which estimated Omicron's severity after accounting for the impact of vaccines, should reinforce the importance of inoculations and the booster shots. The vaccines helped keep hospitalizations and the death relatively low during the Omicron surge compared with the previous variant. The new study, based on the records of 130,000 COVID patients in Massachusetts, is unique and pretty strong, said the Dr. Arjun Venkatesh of Yale University of Medicine and Yale Center of Outcomes Research and Evaluation, who was not involved in the research. And this report says that the 2 new Omicron variant has been detected in the US, and that could spark another wave. These 2 new strains of COVID-19 have arrived in the US, and these variants evade antibodies from the vaccinations and prior infections, which could create the possibility of a new wave. So the Africa Health Research Institute in the South Africa conducted a study that found that BA4 and BA5 variants can evade antibodies. The low absolute neutralization level of BA4 and BA5, particularly in the unvaccinated group, are unlikely to protect well against symptomatic infections. This may indicate that based on neutralization escape, BA4 and BA5 have potential to result in a new infections wave. And this report talks about the new variant of Omicron, that is Omicron XC, a new subvariant of Omicron that has been detected in UK as the country battles a renewed surge of the coronavirus. The Office of National Statistics said that 4.9 million people in the UK were infected with the COVID-19 as of last weekend, a record high during the pandemic. And this report is from the South Africa, which says that the new COVID wave could be led by BA4 and BA5. And this comment comes at the time when the South Africa may be entering into the 5th COVID wave. earlier than expected owing to the rise in infections that seems to be driven by BA4 and BA5 Omicron subvariant. The World Health Organization last month added that the sublineages to its monitoring list. With more than 100,000 official deaths from COVID-19 and 3 times that if excess death data to be taken into account, South Africa is the worst hit country in Africa. Meanwhile, only 30% of the entire South African population has been vaccinated against coronavirus. The next report, again from the World Health Organization, where says that the South African scientists who identified Omicron variant of COVID-19 late last year have now reported 2 more Omicron variant, BA4 and BA5, and this has also been detected, or we can say it has reached the United States. This is another sign that the COVID-19 pandemic is not done with us, and there are some clear takeaways. This is from the WHO chief. The next report says that the new South African COVID variant Omicron BA4, BA5 has been found in US, and which is more transmissible than BA2. So cases in South Africa have only begun to rise in past 10 days or so, according to the country's Department of Health. In that period, the number of new daily cases went from bouncing between 800 and 1800 the week ending April 17th to over 6,500 yesterday. Whether the US sees its own BA4, BA5 jump remains to be seen, but it is already seeing surge related to BA2. From a 26,000 plus 7-day average to a new case on April 1st to 60,000 on an April 29th. Hospitalizations and the death related to COVID have also begun to rise. And this report says that there could be 3 times higher death record than what we have been seeing from the various new government agencies. And it says more than 18 million people, 3 times higher than the official records suggest, have probably died because of COVID. And this is from the US Washington University researchers. So the researchers of Washington University gathered data through searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European Statistical Office. So rate of excess death are estimated to have varied dramatically by country and region, but the overall global rate calculated in the study is 120 deaths per 100,000 people. That would mean about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of COVID in the 2 years between the starts of 2020 and the end of 2021. 3 times as much as the official 6.26 million deaths that has been recorded. The next report says that people infected with the COVID-19 have been found at increased risk of developing heart conditions up to a year later. The Pan American Health Organizations have warned that the millions of children have fallen behind on routine immunizations during the pandemic, causing outbreak of disease such as measles and the diphtheria in Latin America and in the Caribbean country. Many doctors believe it's possible to have long-term effect from the Omicron variant of the virus. The next report says that the people who suffered with the COVID have the high risk of blood clot. So after a COVID infection, there is an increased risk of developing a serious blood clot for the next 6 months, a study from the Sweden suggests. The researchers found people with the severe COVID and those infected during the first wave had the highest clot risk. About 17 in every 10,000 COVID patients had a blood clot in the lung, compared with the fewer than 1 in every 10,000 who did not have COVID. And this report is from University of Iowa. Iowa City researchers led the study of 24,915 patients with in-hospital cardiac arrest from 286 US hospitals, of whom 5,900 had COVID-19 from the March to December. So adult COVID-19 patients who had an in-hospital cardiac arrest were 35% less likely to receive potentially life-saving defibrillations without delay and survived to hospital release, according to a study in the JAMA Network Open. And the next report says, and this was published in BBC, and says the catching COVID may cause changes to the brain. The study suggests, and scientists found significant differences in MRI scans before and after infections. So even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain had shrunk slightly with less gray matter in the parts related to smell and the memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but they stressed that the brain could heal. The study is published in the journal Nature, which is one of the prominent journals in the field of science. And lead author, Professor Zweniele Daoud from the Wellcome Center of Integrative Neuroimaging at the University of Oxford said that we were looking at essentially mild infections, so to see that we could really see some differences in their brain and how much their brain had changed compared with those who had not been infected was quite a surprise. The UK Biobank project has followed the health of 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of scans recorded before the pandemic. So it provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impact of the virus. And the scientists found that the overall brain size in infected participant had shrunk between 0.2 to 2%. There were losses in the gray matter and in the olfactory areas that is linked to smell and region linked to the memory. Those who had recently recovered from the COVID found it a bit harder to perform complex mental tasks. But the researchers do not know whether the changes are reversible or truly matter for health and the well-being. And this study suggests that 1 in the 10 Australian healthcare workers had thought of suicide or self-harm during the pandemic. And the next report says, according to the youth researcher, if digital platforms are the only medium for making contacts over a period of 2 years, this can lead to restrictions in the personality development over such a long period of time. So now, after presenting the various reports and the data from various government agencies, the research institutes, and the media houses, now it's time that we need to look into the solutions. And we have solutions here, which is given by Devi Parashakti. And through this video, we'll present the 8 different ways given by Devi Parashakti to protect ourselves from the deadly impact of COVID-19 pandemic. So let us listen to this short video and powerful solutions, the 8 ways to protect ourselves from the deadly impact of COVID-19.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5. சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6. நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7. பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
So now we'll read the translation of what Devi Parashakti revealed to all of us just now. Devi Parashakti says that, "O humans, do not be scared of the deadly infection corona through the 8 ways. First, praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti, surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media, wherever she is residing, worshipping her by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on her every day, being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing ajapa ajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, Shiva. With the complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the hills and going to sleep, and being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as Aham, Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna." So with this, we come to the end of this segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan, and it's time that we move to the next segment that is going to be social media enriching and enriching. We'll do so after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet.
Nityanandam everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasamadhi Darshan. Now let us enter into the social media enriching segment. So through this various social media platform, you can connect to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the live satsangs, Bhavasamadhi Darshans, and the various other live program from the Sri KAILASA. So there are many social media platforms through which you can connect, and here in this segment we'll present some of the main social media platform, the handles which the official handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Among them, the first is YouTube, and you can watch all the live program, the Bhavasamadhi Darshans, and the various other programs from the Sri KAILASA directly on YouTube. And for that, you need to come to the official YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and that is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda. So once you come to this YouTube channel, you can watch all the live program, and also to get updates about the live program itself, getting the notifications for the live, or whenever the new video is uploaded. For that, you need to click on the subscribe button and click on the bell button to get all the notifications. So whenever the live program would be going on, we also have the live chat feature through which you can directly connect to the Acharya and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism during the live session. So you can click on the join button and it will present you the various membership plan. And once you subscribe to one of the membership plan, you will have the access to the live chat feature. The live chat feature is only enabled for the member only of this channel. So once you have access to this channel during the live session, you can ask your questions, your doubt to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can request for the healing blessings. You can request for the boon that you are looking for, any other reality that you want to manifest in your life. With this, we move to the next platform, and that is the Facebook. And on the Facebook, again, you need to come to official Facebook page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and that is KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. So once you click on the like and follow button, you will start getting the notifications and update on the various upcoming programs. Also, if you want to ask any questions, you can go to the live feed, and under the write a comment, you can write your questions sent out to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next platform is Twitter, and on Twitter you need to come to official Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and that is you can do so by searching @Sri Nithyananda. So once you search for @Sri Nithyananda, you come to the official Twitter handle, that is the name KAILASA SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam. So once you are here, you can click on. So if you want to watch the live program, you need to come to this platform and click on the live feed, and you can start watching the live program. And also to ask the questions, you can click on the reply button, and with that you have to type #AskTheAvatar. So with #AskTheAvatar, you ask your questions, your doubts, your boon or blessing that you are looking for to be attended by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The next platform is Instagram, and on Instagram you can directly connect to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the official Instagram handle, and that is @Sri Nithyananda. Once you do so, you'll get the official Instagram handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And once you come here, you can you should click on a follow button and start following this page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and you'll get the notifications, updates, all that in your feed, and that will be helpful for you to keep updated with the various informations from the Sri KAILASA. And to watch the live program, you can click. Once the live program is going on, you'll get the notifications. You can come to this platform and click on the live feed and start watching. To ask the questions, you need to write your questions in the comment box. So once you write in the comment box, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would be directly attending to all the questions of devotees and disciples. The next platform is kailasa.org, and on the kailasa.org, you need to connect through the WhatsApp. So come to the kailasa.org. On the left side, you will see a WhatsApp widget. Click on that and it will prompt you to connect with your personal WhatsApp applications. Once you are connected, you can ask the questions directly through your WhatsApp application. So now let us enter into the next part, which is going to be offerings to Devi Parashakti. And here we first present some of the Shastra Pramana that help us to build a right understanding about the Dana. The first Shastra Pramana is from Srimad Bhagavad Purana, which says that one part should be used for dharma, second for the yasha, public work, and third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, fourth for enjoyment of material things, and fifth for one's friend and the family. The next Shastra Pramana is from the Dharma Shastra, where Paramashiva says that dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit, 100 times when made in the Goshala, 1000 times when made in the sacred places, and an infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga. So we have multiple options, but among all that, whenever you do the dana in the places of Shivalinga, like Sri Kailasas, whenever you do contribute towards the Sri Kailasa, it brings infinite number of merits compared to dana given at any other places. The next Shastra Pramana is from Brahmanda Purana, which says dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form, and dana given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called Daya Danam. Dana given in order to achieve one's own selfish end is known as the least value of all. So with this, we move to the first offering, and that is E-Hundi. And you can offer any amount in the E-Hundi as you wish to. The Shastra says Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all the fear. If there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in the autumn. And here it meant that autumn of our life when thought turns more and more inward. The role of divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes more stronger. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during the puja to Devi. The next offering is Sankalpa chanting, and for this you need to pay $1. And by paying $1, you can submit your name. You can request for Sankalpa chanting in front of Devi Parashakti. The Shastra says the goddess enchants the universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything that gives knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So you can offer the Sankalpa chanting to Devi Parashakti, and it blesses the person offering with all the fruitions of the desire and wishes he is yearning for. So with this, now move into some of the special offerings, the seva that you can offer to Devi Parashakti, and all the sevas are based on the gold. So first we look into the significance of the divine element gold, build a right understanding on why one need to offer the various sevas into the gold. So gold is present in all the scriptures of Agamas, Vedas, Shruti, Smriti, Itihasa, Purana. In all Hindu scripture, it is evidently displayed that gold is most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in the gold. Ritual fees were offered in the gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with the huge doors of gold. The street would have huge columns and huge archways made of the gold. Horses, cows were dressed in the gold. Also, Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of river of gold. Indus River is called Hiranyamaya. In Rig Veda, the river Saraswati is called Hiranyavartini in Atharvaveda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gift to the one you love and revere. The temples are constructed and paved in the gold. Deities are made in gold, decked and adorned in the gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. So the first offering in the gold is the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, and you can offer the seva by paying $75, $151 or $251. The Devi Sahasranama A stotram says Nama Parayana Prita about Devi Parashakti, means that she is the one who likes the repetitions of her various names. So this is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's very special and unique archana offered to Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimensions or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within you. The next offering is Mukta Anguti, and that is fingering with a pearl. And the Shastra says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has the garland of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklet that are studded with the gemstone and has a small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of mountain, who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can offer this seva by paying $251 US, 501 or 750 US dollar. So offer the finger ring with the pearl to the cosmic mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The next offering is Swarna Padma Puspa, the golden lotus, and you can offer this seva by paying $600 US. And the Shastra Pramana is from Srimad Kamikagama, where Paramashiva says all the kalasas should be wound around with the suitable threads and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of the gold. So there are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on, or the mudras and the asanas used during the worship. Involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Also, the Shakti of Paramashiva is called as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciples of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus. So you can offer the gold lotus in any stage you wish to express the gratitude to Tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering is Swarna Methi, and you can offer this by paying $750 US. And the Pramana says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from the 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. The verse number 83 of Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial being, who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is the darkness, and in this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the mind of devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer the touring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspect of our life. So the next offering is Swarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And you can offer this seva by paying $750 US. And the Shastra says, Sudha Sarvi Varshini. She who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara. That is she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened. So you can offer the Mantika to Devi and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So now we'll look into some of the Shastra Pramana for the offerings, the various offerings to the Guru. And some of those offerings are Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva to the divine, to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first Shastra Pramana is from Kularnava Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12, where Paramashiva says, there is no mantra higher than Paduka, no God higher than Guru, no initiations higher than Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. And further he says, one should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruits, flowers, clothes, and the like according to his capacity. So with this, let us look into the first Shastra Pramana for the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And you can offer this seva by paying $1,008 US. And you can offer the seva and have the blessings of worshipping the divine lotus feet of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Paramashiva says, O Devi, remember this Paduka which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worship. The next offering is Vastra Seva, and you can offer this seva by paying $1,008 US. And with this, we come to the end of this segment of offering. And now you can offer all these sevas. You can register for the various sevas on tiny.cc/bhavasamadhis. Once you click on this link, you open this link, it will lead you to the Google form, and you need to fill the various relevant informations and choose the seva that you want to offer. Once you're done with that, you can go for online payment. And for that, you need to open the link tiny.cc/Devi offerings, and that will present the various offerings that is for Devi Parashakti. You can choose any one of that, and you can have the multiple quantity of that, and you can proceed for payment. And that's the way you will complete the payment for the various offerings. Once you are done with that, click on the link tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. And through that, you will submit your name for chantings. And this is the way you can offer your sevas, your devotions to Devi Parashakti. So with this, we come to the end of this segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan. We'll move to the next segment after a short break. Please stay tuned.
I'm your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all.
So Nityanam, everyone, it's time to move into glimpses of the glorious past on this day, 17th May. So let's start with the day in the year of 2004. On this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, had a meeting with the textile industrialist and philanthropist Nallikoppu Swami Chetti at Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Since the very first day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undertook his mission. He consistently organized and brought together all the various leaders and prominent personalities of Hinduism, and thus ultimately was set the foundation and to prepare the world for the revival of the KAILASA nation. Moving to the next year, the year of 2011, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, visited the Paulakundru, that is a sacred site of worship in Tiruvannamalai in Tamil Nadu, India, which holds Devi energy in the form of a small hillock. It is also the location where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism attained enlightenment. Later that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism presided over a press meeting where he elaborated on his mission and vision of the grand narrative of Hinduism, and even gave a Kalpatru Darshan to the reporters right after the meeting ended. Now moving to the next year, the year of 2012, in this day's the morning presidential address, Nithyananda Satsang, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, explained that the way we use our individual identity does not matter, but where we park our individual identity when we are not doing anything is what actually matters. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further explained that the essence of his teaching is the enchanting Ajapa Ajapa, represented by the Damaru in the Shiva's hand. The feeling connection as the lotus which represents Devi, and the unclutching the fire in the hand. Later that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism met with the devotees and additionally received many VIP guests. Heads of the several organizations like the Secretary of Tirunyana Samandar, Amman Tuttukudi, Kaigiri, Virupa Association, and around 100 people from the Blind People's Organization in the Madurai were among the visitors who met with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on that day and extended their full support. They all expressed their support and shared that they wanted the opposition to stop the Supreme Pontiff, so Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism could continue with the services that he wants to do in Madurai. So now we'll look into one of the powerful teachings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he expounded on the 3 simple steps of the enlightenment. And this is the part 1 of the video. You can watch the other parts also by going to nithyanandapedia.org, and you need to check for the date 17th May 2012. So we'll watch this video now.
பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தர் ஓர் வாழும் அவதார புருஷர். உலகின் மிக பழமையான பெரிய ஆன்மீக புத்தக நிலையமான வாட்கின்ஸ் வெளியிடும் மைண்ட் பாடி ஸ்பிரிட் பத்திரிகை தங்களின் ஆன்மீக பங்களிப்பின் மூலமாக உலகின் மீது மிகப்பெரிய ஆன்மீக தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்திய 100 மிகப்பெரிய ஆன்மீக குருமார்களுள் ஒருவராக பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தரை குறிப்பிட்டுள்ளது. பிறப்பிலிருந்தே ஞான சக்தியை வெளிப்படுத்திய பிறவி யோகி. தமிழ், ஆங்கிலம், தெலுங்கு, கன்னடம், மலையாளம், ஹிந்தி, சமஸ்கிருதம், குஜராத்தி, ஒரியா, பெங்காலி, மராத்தி, பிரெஞ்சு, மலாய், பிரெய்லி, ஹீப்ரு, ஸ்லோவாக், குரோயேஷன், பாலிஷ், போர்த்துகீஸ், இத்தாலி, ஜெர்மன், டேனிஷ், ஸ்பானிஷ், ரஷ்ய மொழி, சீன மொழி போன்ற 26 சர்வதேச மொழிகளில் 500க்கும் மேற்பட்ட புத்தகங்களை அருளியிருக்கும் அரிய எழுத்தாளர். 10,000 மணி நேரத்திற்கும் மேல் ஞான கருத்துக்களை மொழிந்துள்ள அரிய பேச்சாளர். லட்சக்கணக்கானவர்களுக்கு அன்னதானம், இலவச மருத்துவ வசதி, கல்வி உதவி, மேலும் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் 140க்கும் மேற்பட்ட இடங்களில் பள்ளிகள், ஆசிரமங்கள், ஆலயங்கள் மற்றும் மருத்துவமனைகள் அமைத்து ஒப்பற்ற சேவை செய்து வரும் சமூக சேவகர். லட்சக்கணக்கானவர்களுக்கு தலைவலி முதல் கேன்சர் வரை தனது தியான சக்தியால் தீர்த்து வைத்த தியான சிகிச்சையாளர். கோடிக்கணக்கான மக்களுக்கு உடல் நலம், மனவளம் ஆகியவற்றிற்கான கிரியைகளை வகுத்து தரும் கிரியா யோகி. கோடிக்கணக்கான மக்களுக்கு வாழ்வியல் பிரச்சனைகளுக்கான தீர்வுகளை தந்த வாழும் ஞானி. இந்தியாவில் பெங்களூரு, ஹைதராபாத், திருவண்ணாமலை, சேலம் மற்றும் அமெரிக்காவில் லாஸ் ஏஞ்சலிஸ், சானூசே, சியாட்டில், டொரண்டோ, ஒஹாயோ, ஒக்லஹாமா, ஃபீனிக்ஸ், செயின்ட் லூயிஸ், பிரேசில், பாரிஸ், குவாடிலூப், டாலஸ், நியூயார்க், நியூஜெர்சி, அட்லாண்டா, கால்கரி, வான்கோவர் போன்ற நகரங்களில் வைதீக ஆலயங்களையும், மலேசியா, சிங்கப்பூர் போன்ற 154க்கும் மேற்பட்ட நாடுகளில் தியான மையங்களையும் ஆசிரம கிளைகளையும் இயக்கி நடத்தி வரும் உலகளாவிய நித்யானந்த தியானபீட ஆன்மீக இயக்கத்தின் நிறுவனர். 1 கோடிக்கும் மேற்பட்ட சீடர்களால் ஆத்மார்த்தமாக பின்பற்றப்படும் ஞான குரு. தீட்சையின் மூலம் சக்தி பரிமாற்றத்தை நிகழ்த்தும் அவதார சக்தி. பாரம்பரிய யோகக்கலையை ஆயிரக்கணக்கான யோக மையங்கள் மூலம் உலகமெங்கும் எடுத்துச் சென்ற நவீன கால யோகி. லட்சக்கணக்கான மக்களுக்கு குண்டலினி சக்தியை உயிர்ப்பித்து அஷ்ட சித்திகளை அருளும் அஷ்டமா சித்திதாயகன். லட்சக்கணக்கான இளைஞர்களின் எதிர்காலத்திற்கு வழிகாட்டியாய் திகழும் ஒரே இளம் குரு. உலகிலேயே இணையதளத்தின் மூலம் அதிகமாக பார்க்கப்படும் ஆன்மீக குரு. அசைக்க இயலாத, என்றென்றும் நிலைத்திருக்கும் ஞான கல்ப விருட்சம் பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்தர். உலகின் மிக பழமையான புகழ்பெற்ற மதுரை ஆதீனத்தின் 293வது குருமகா சந்நிதானமாக முடிசூட்டப்பட்டுள்ளார். வந்தே பாப விநாசக்தம் நித்யானந்தாய ஸ்வாகதம். நித்யமுக்தம் நிர்விகல்பம் தியானலோக பிரதீபகம். வந்தே சாந்தமயம் வந்தம் நித்யானந்தாய ஸ்வாகதம். நித்யமுக்தம் நிர்விகல்பம் தியானலோக பிரதீபகம். ஆனந்தகந்த சஞ்சாரம் சர்வோபாதி விநிர்முக்தம். வந்தே ஞானாலயம் நாதம் நித்யானந்தாய ஸ்வாகதம்.
द्रव्ययज्ञाः तपोयज्ञा योगयज्ञाः तथा परे स्वाध्याय ज्ञानयज्ञाश्च यतयाः संशितव्रताः. The translation: some revere wealth, some revere penance, and some revere intense action, while other ascetics whose resolve has been sharpened revere the knowledge through the study of the self. Please understand, what you do whole day using your individual identity does not matter, but where you park your individual identity when you are not doing anything matters really. Please understand? It's like where all you go with your car, where all you drive your car does not matter much. Where you park your car matters. Using your inner space, what are you doing whole day does not matter much. But when you are not doing anything, where it is parked matters much. Understand what kind of a thought process it does when it does not do any action. Whenever you find time, whenever you are on your own, what kind of action it does? Is it constantly thinking about wealth? Is it constantly thinking about goal of life? Is it constantly thinking about meditation? Is it constantly thinking about enlightenment? Constant feeling connection, constantly developing that prayerful mood. Where you park your inner space while you are not doing anything really matters. That is what is essence of spiritual life. You may be whole day doing some puja or cutting vegetable or cheating somebody and stealing money. Nothing matters. I am not saying go and start stealing, no. But your actions no way affects your transformation. Your actions no way affects your being. It is basically your inner space where you park yourself while you are not doing anything. That really matters. Whole day when you are not doing anything, what type of thinking goes on in you? That is what is a real transforming factor. Bhagavan Sri Krishna talks in this 28th verse about your parking spot. Is your parking spot is all about wealth? Are you constantly brooding over only about wealth? If you are constantly brooding over only about wealth, all your puja, japa, even your spiritual practices are aimed only at wealth. Or are you parked at enlightenment? If you are parked at enlightenment, if your inner space is parked at enlightenment, even whole day while you are working, making money, not only it doesn't touch you, all your money also will be supporting you to grow towards enlightenment. Understand, people who are filthy rich and people who are in utter poverty both cannot achieve enlightenment. Person who is in utter poverty does not move beyond his manipuraga, basic needs like a food, shelter, clothes. Understand? Self-imposed tapas is different. While you take up Parivrajaka Yatra, spiritual pilgrimage, and you don't accept any shelter, stay under the roof, under the sky, having the sky as roof and travel, that is different. I am saying the person who is in poverty cannot think of higher things. His mind will be naturally parked at basic needs. He can't achieve enlightenment. He won't achieve enlightenment. He will not be able to function towards enlightenment.
மன அழுத்தம் உங்களை வாட்டுகிறதா? எதிர்காலத்தை பற்றிய பயம் அதிகரிக்கிறதா? கடந்த கால நினைவுகளால் அவதிப்படுகிறீர்களா? உங்களுடைய இந்த எல்லா பிரச்சனைகளுக்கான மூல காரணம் சிறு வயதிலிருந்தே உங்களுக்குள் உங்களை சுற்றி இருக்கும் சமூகத்தால் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட எதிர்மறையான மன அமைப்பு. நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண தியான அனுபவ முகாம் உங்களின் எதிர்மறையான மன அமைப்பை மாற்றுவதற்கான சக்தி வாய்ந்த தியான முறைகளும் தியான பயிற்சிகளும் இத்தியான முகாமில் அளிக்கப்படுகிறது.
இந்த 4 நாட்களும் உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற அந்த லேயர் பை லேயரான சம்ஸ்காரங்களை ஆழ்ந்து வெளியில் எடுக்கிறது தான் செய்ய போறேன்.
நீங்கள் பிறந்த போது இருந்த அதே கபடமில்லாத ஆனந்த உணர்வை திரும்ப பெற நித்யானந்த ஸ்புரண தியான முகாம் ஒரு அரும்பெரும் வாய்ப்பு.
If you are parked, if your inner space is parked at enlightenment, even your wealth will support you for having enlightenment and radiating enlightenment. Whole day, where are you parked? What is the thought trend with which you are carrying on with your daily life? That matters. That is why I insist so much on strong ajapa japa and unclutching. Understand? Your walk should be constantly repeating the Guru Mantra. Your emotion should be constantly feeling connection. Your mind should be constantly unclutched. If you are doing all the 3 constantly, you are in Sahaja Samadhi. But if you are trying only one, the other 2 part will cheat you. Please understand, your mind has become too cunning, too stubborn, too strong. At the time of Patanjali, just ajapa japa is enough. At the time of Shankara, just unclutching is enough. At the time of Jnana Sambandar, just feeling connection is enough. That is why those masters gave only one process. At those days, human minds are very simple, innocent, easy to handle. During the times of Jnana Sambandar, just if he sings a song on Shiva and gives the holy ash, people are healed. People's mind is very innocent, simple, not too complicated. The time of Patanjali, if people are asked to do ajapa japa, that's enough. They became enlightened. Their mind layer was very thin. Easily, just by ajapa japa, it can be penetrated and they can get enlightened. Relieve themselves from the illusion and delusion. At the time of Shankara, human minds are too simple. Just simple unclutching is enough. You are in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. But now, your minds have become too complicated. The depth of delusion is too much. I have seen old people, 90 years, 95 years people, sitting silently, complete restful awareness, gracefully. All they may need is just their God or Guru's photograph or one Japamala, sitting gracefully and spending their time and life. Now I am seeing the new gen, if they are not able to have their internet, Twitter, Facebook for 2 hours, body is shivering, mind is in depression, disturbed, immediately needs their psychiatric pill. Please understand, Facebook addiction has become one of the biggest mental disorder. I can see both the generations. It is so unfortunate. I have to be in this body to see this degeneration of 90-year-old people sitting in a relaxed way, just having Japamala in their villages, nothing more than God or Guru's photograph, and gracefully relaxing. What a generation. And now, if they can't get their keyboard, if their Facebook or Twitter is not working, if their internet connection is not working, suddenly for some reason, the Facebook and Twitter goes down. Just for 24 hours, I can tell you, millions will need psychiatric pills. To handle that situation, to stop the nervous breakdown, protecting themselves from the nervous breakdown, they may need psychiatric pills and drug. Just see with your own eyes how thick the layer of Maya has become on human being. How thick the layer of delusion has become on human beings. How thick the layer of restrictive patterns on human beings. Understand, your emotion has a power to make you live with somebody who is not physically around you. Your emotion as independent existence than this physical plane. Use it for higher consciousness. Your emotion as a capability to live with somebody who is not physically around you. Use it to live with Guru or God. That is what I mean where you park your car.
தீராத நோயிலிருந்து விடுபட வேண்டுமா? பிரச்சனைகள் இல்லாத உறவுகள் வேண்டுமா? நிம்மதியான உறக்கம் வேண்டுமா? வாழ்க்கையில் மனத்தெளிவும் உற்சாகமும் அதிகரிக்க வேண்டுமா? ஆனந்த ஸ்புரண தியான முகாம் இவை அனைத்தையும் 2 நாட்களில் உங்களுக்கு அனுபவமாக்கி தருகிறது. நாம் வாழ்வில் அனுபவிக்கும் பிரச்சனைகளுக்கும் துக்கங்களுக்கும் காரணம் நம் உடலில் உள்ள 7 சக்தி மையங்களில் பதிந்திருக்கும் எதிர்மறை உணர்வுகளும் நாம் உருவாக்கி வைத்திருக்கும் எதிர்மறை மன அமைப்பும் தான். இதை மாற்றுவதற்கான தியான நுட்பங்களும் தியான பயிற்சிகளும் கற்றுத்தரப்படுகிறது. விழித்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள், ஆனந்தம் உங்கள் பிறப்புரிமை. ஆனந்தமயமான வாழ்க்கை உங்களுக்காக காத்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது.
But unfortunately, the new gen, the Facebook gen, Twitter gen is completely losing the higher conscious ideas, getting into more and more restrictive patterns. The layer and layer of restrictive patterns is increasing for the modern generation. It is so unfortunate. The modern day new gen is suffering with so many layers of restrictive patterns. The latest restrictive pattern is FOMO. It means fear of missing out. The biggest problem these guys have is they are afraid they are not there at every event. They are afraid they will miss out on fun, they will miss out on networking, they will miss out on gossip, they will miss out on men, they will miss out on women. It is blend of anxiety, inadequacy, insecurity and irritation. God. That is why I am giving you all the 3 processes put together. Let your walk be engaged in ajapa japa. Let your emotion be engaged in the strong, prayerful feeling connection. Let your being be engaged in unclutching. All 3 put together only, now you can attack the layer of Maya, layer of delusion, layer of restrictive patterns, layer of illusion, layers of suffering. New gen should be out of this FOMO. My new gen should be out of these layers. My new gen should have a right parking space. Ajapa ajapa, feeling connection, unclutching be your parking space. Let your front wheel sit on ajapa ajapa, rear wheel sit on unclutching, body be parked on feeling connection. Let this be your parking space. I don't want the future to be next gen, I wanted it to be new gen. Future should not be next gen, it should be new gen. Monkey continuing to be a monkey is next gen. Monkey becoming human being is new gen. Man continuing to be man is next gen. Man becoming divine is new gen. Take up any mantra as ajapa japa. Any mantra is okay. Feeling connection to any God, any Guru is okay. Unclutching in any way is okay. Let these three become your parking spot. Ajapa japa, feeling connection, unclutching. This is the essence of my teachings. If somebody asks, what Nithyananda teaches, what has your Swami taught you guys? What he wants all of us to do? I want all our devotees to reply this one word. Ajapa japa, feeling connection, unclutching. These three together always is what is our Swami's teaching. If they ask what is ajapa japa, then explain. If they ask what is feeling connection, then explain. If they ask what is unclutching, then explain. But this is essence of my teaching. Yoga, Kriya, meditation, everything else is supplement. The main frame of my teaching is these three always. Ajapa ajapa, strong feeling connection, and complete unclutching. It is possible. Unclutching from all the mortal, unclutching from all the matter, feeling connection strongly with immortal, with the ultimate.
அதிசயிக்கும் வகையில் இழந்த ஆரோக்கியத்தை மீண்டும் பெறுதல், மன அழுத்தம், தூக்கமின்மை, ஆஸ்துமா, தீராத வலி, சோர்வு, பாதுகாப்பின்மை, பயத்தாக்குதல் போன்ற பெரும்பாலான பிரச்சனைகளில் இருந்து 100% முழுமையான விடுதலை. நம்முள் உறைந்திருக்கும் அளப்பரிய சக்தியான குண்டலினி சக்தி வெளிப்படுகிறது. உடலின் சக்தி 1300% வரை அதிகரிக்கின்றது. ஆரோக்கியமான மனமும் உடலும் உங்களின் முதல் சொத்து. இன்னர் அவேக்கனிங் தியான முகாமில் நீங்கள் அதை திரும்பப் பெறுகிறீர்கள். இன்னர் அவேக்கனிங் வாழும் அவதார புருஷர் பரமஹம்ச நித்யானந்த நேரடியாக நடத்தும் வாழ்வை புதுப்பிக்கும் 21 நாள் தியான அனுபவ முகாம் நடைபெறும் இடம் நித்யானந்த தியான பீடம், நித்யானந்தா நகர், பிடதி, பெங்களூரு. மேலும் விவரங்களுக்கு 7760980635 8277490091. Email ia@nithyananda.org.
Some revere wealth, some revere penance, some revere intense action, while other ascetics whose resolve has been sharpened revere the knowledge through the study of self. Sri Krishna emphasizes on achieving enlightenment by constantly working on the self. When he says study of the self, it does not mean reading any book. No. Studying yourself, where you are parking yourself. Krishna emphasizes on your parking spot. I also want a right parking spot for all of you. This is your parking space. Ajapa ajapa, feeling connection, unclutching. Understand, let these three words be written in all our temples in golden letter as the essence of my teaching. All our ashrams, satsang centers, receptions should have the essence of Paramahamsa Nithyananda's teaching with this title, just this three words, ajapa ajapa, feeling connection, unclutching. This three words is the essence of my teachings. This should be there in all our temples, in all our ashrams, all our satsang centers. Understand, the Mahadeva, Shiva, in the right hand he is holding the Damaru. The Damaru is ajapa japa, constant sound. He is holding the fire in the left hand, that is unclutching, purifying fire. He is holding Devi with the other hand, that is feeling connection. These three is the essence of my teaching. Damaru, the ajapa japa, fire, the unclutching, Devi, the feeling connection. I wanted in all our books, websites, publishing literatures, fronting materials, everywhere, these three words should appear as essence of my teachings. Even our devotees, all you guys put some of my teachings are the quotations in your emails. Now I declare these 3 words should be the quotation you should use in your emails everywhere. Popularize, spread just these 3 words. The essence of Paramahamsa Nithyananda's teaching. Ajapa Ajapa, feeling connection and unclutching. This verse, the 4th verse, 4th chapter, 28th verse of Sri Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, this gives the essence. I tell you, these 3 words are the essence of this verse. And these 3 words are the essence of my teachings. In all our temples, you can also graphically present it. The Damaru as the symbol of Ajapa Ajapa, fire as the symbol of unclutching, and Devi as the symbol of feeling connection. Present it graphically. Maybe the hand of Shiva, which is hugging Devi, present that hand as the symbol of feeling connection. Or Devi herself can be shown, because Devi is nothing but feeling connection with Shiva. So let Devi herself be shown. Or the lotus which is in the hands of Devi, let that be the symbol of feeling connection. Understand, in Nithyanandeshwari's Murti, if you see these 3 only, you will see the Damaru, the fire, and the lotus in the Devi's hand. Let the Damaru be the Ajapa Ajapa. Let the fire be feeling connection. Let all these 3 become our symbol. Let all these 3 be our essence of teachings.
So with this, we move to the next year, and that is the year of 2013. In this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted Inner Awakening Convention in Adi KAILASA, Bengaluru, Adina. During the morning presidential address, Supreme Pontiff felt several benefits. Ayurveda, engineering, even weaving were all revealed to the world by the sannyasis. Sannyas, he declared, is the backbone of the Bharat, of the historic India. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also spoke on the problem of pain. When we look at any pain we have with the integrity and authenticity, we discover that what we can move behind, move beyond it. They are the immediate cure for suffering. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism replied to the questions of how to come out of selfishness in the Guru-disciple relationship. He instructed us to show our gratitude by sharing with others whatever he taught to us, and explained that when we enrich the world, we are thanking our Guru. So let us catch the more glimpses of this day through the short video magazine, Nithyananda Times.
Now for today's top stories. Morning satsang with Paramahamsa Nithyananda.
But whether you are afraid to face your authenticity or inauthenticity, whatever it is, life is life. You understand? There are some people who think their son or daughter should get married inside their community, and they try their best to keep the children away from the Facebook, internet, Twitter, whatever. But they are not able to stop. Life is, multiple choices are available now. In the modern days, you can't do anything. Same way, how much ever you try, you may try to hide the ears of your kids or stuff. Don't look at that side. You can try how much ever you want. Just like how you are not able to stop kids getting married in other community or other religion. Same way, you can't stop if they take the decision of sannyas also. But now I will not, as on now I will not speak about it. Just to give a little soothing effect to some of the parents who are really afraid in the inner awakening program. So I will avoid on this question now. But however, there is a webinar already organized. I cannot do anything about it. Tomorrow evening 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. No, one funny thing, I just wanted to look into the society's hypocrisy. These fellows want all the benefits created by the sannyasis. See, it's like you want all the benefits created by doctors, but you don't want somebody from your family to become doctor. Then how will the doctor tradition be alive? All the best things you guys are enjoying, whether it is architecture or dress or the medicine, who created this Ayurveda? Shushruta, Sarada, Rishis, enlightened beings. All the best things you have is from these great sannyasis, great enlightened beings, great rishis. We want all the benefit from them, but we will not strengthen and keep that knowledge tradition alive. Aryabhatta, father of the mathematics, Sarada, Shushruta, even the way you dress is designed and delivered to the world by the sannyasis. A rishi called Devala Rishi, he created first the science of weaving. Weaving was invented by Devala Rishi. That is why that community, weaver community, is called Devangas. The civilization itself is built by enlightened beings. It is like you wanted all the benefits of the architects and engineers, but nobody from the society should become architect and engineer anymore. How is that science going to be available for your next generation? No, let somebody else become, let somebody else's family become sannyasi. I will have only the benefits.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2014, and on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the day 17 of the Varanasi Inner Awakening and led the delegates into the Kalpatru process, which is the science of making what we want into reality. Later that day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on living Advaita. He explained that our life is our mirror, and if we allow anything to make us powerless, we will see only that in the mirror. He redefined completion as the conscious decision to finish a pattern and never let it overpower us consciously again. He ended by encouraging all to go on causing others reality. So let us listen more on this truth from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through this short video, aligning to the Advaitic space.
Swamiji, it is about a breakthrough I had, but I want to be stretched more if possible, no problem. Again, about the theory concept, I found it is so amazing because when I started to put my 20 projects on the paper about Nithyananda University and yatras and whatever it was there, and they have same amazing projects. So that moment we just saw that we were enough just to create each other's reality, and suddenly I felt how we will do all these projects. So I was thinking when we will go back, because it brought the way that we started to...
Yesterday I was telling, do you remember, when you carry certain visualization and come in my breathing space, I can just see it. You don't need to verbally express the whole visualization. Same way, when you guys, both of you guys have a same frequency and go near each other, simply the visualizations are transmitted.
Yeah, it's such an amazing sharing that it was exactly same project and not same project in other country. So we came like with 3 ashrams, 4 Paduka Mandirs, university all over, department of healing. And at that moment, I really had the feeling that it's good to be surrounded by more people who are like us. And then directly I saw that how to have same people as us. So these people need to be trained. I have the experience of 2 trusts where I was struggling with people because they were not in the 4 tattvas. Always I had to see if they were cheating, if money was missing. I couldn't do any project abroad. I always had to travel myself because and I was having 5-6 countries working, but I couldn't trust anyone. And now with all this, I see how we are not so many in the Sangha, even Paris Sangha, but the fact that we are working in the 4 tattvas, everything is going so nicely and we can trust each other. So at that moment, I really understood that when we help people, we reach people with inner awakening, with a new understanding, it only comes to us. Because I always had also this feeling of losing and maybe having too much work, too much fear of bigness, so how I will do it. So many people come at once, they subscribe, how I will do, because I was just alone. I was having this understanding that I'm alone. But with this team, we actually so many things. This is why I feel it's so rich.
See, earlier also, it is you not being in Advaita is the major problem. Now, you being in Advaita, you are aligned.
Exactly.
That's why everything around you aligns.
Yes, exactly.
All of you understand? See, in this whole 21 days, just see, I am not doing anything other than putting you into a laundering machine. Inner awakening. Understand?
Yeah. Yes, Sanji.
It is aligning you. Earlier, you yourself are not aligned.
Yes.
That is why you are not able to align others.
Exactly.
Now you are aligned to that Advaita. Simply you are able to align.
Yes.
Everyone,
It just happens. It's not that I really feel a difference that I'm not doing anything personally. Everything just happens from this space of listening and surrendering also.
And 6 of you guys, you have any insight to share? In 10 words, you have to give the punch.
I find that when you make the transition into being a real leader, you are very anxious that you're not doing anything. And that's what holds you back.
Yes.
If you can complete with that, that's it. You'll fly as a leader.
Okay, thank you.
You are right. So you gave the punch. Actually, when you are transitioning to be a new leader, you always have the anxiety to prove this new way of thinking as right.
Yes.
That anxiety itself may disprove.
So now we move to the next year, the year of 2015. On this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the Shanti Mantra, the peace invocations of the Kathopanishad, which sets the context for the Vedic education system. The real meaning of education is awakening our possibility into reality. He clearly drew lines between the Western non-involvement narrative based education. Where only words, actions are given from teacher to a student, devoid of teacher living the teachings 24/7, causing a student to have insecurity, problems with the life, and the great Indian Vedic way of education or the Gurukul that transmits knowledge from bio-memory of the teacher to the student. Where the master and students live together, such an education becomes life science. Just like the Lord Ram and Arjun absorbed the knowledge in just 10 to 11 years in the Gurukul. Announcing his vision for the education system, he declared that he is reviving the Gurukul original education system, which is about demonstrating, experientially living the knowledge, like the erstwhile Vedic universities, Takshashila, Sarada Pitha, Nalanda, Naimisharanya, where millions of students studied under one roof from the illuminated teachers. On behalf of Vedamata, the mother of knowledge, he gave a clarion call, inviting the teachers who want to revive the education system to join the Nithyananda Gurukul. So we will catch the more glimpses from this day through the short video magazine Nithyananda Times.
The Shanti Mantra concept is unique only to Indian education system. If you see the meaning of this mantra, it's so beautiful. Where a student and the teacher, both of them sit together and say, let there be no enmity between us. Unfortunately, many times, student denies the possibility of his ignorance and holds on to what he thinks as right. Please understand, master has to expose student to himself. He has to expose him to himself, which creates a lot of pain. So there is a possibility for a student to develop a subtle anger, vengeance, violence towards the teacher, thinking that whatever I say, he is saying no to it. Presence of ignorance is always painful. Pain is the method. Pain is the method to measure the presence of ignorance.
I want to share my experience. Today we was going for plucking mangoes. That time I didn't go for plucking mangoes because I was inauthentic. Then I was hurting others, and so then we went. Then after that I was being powerless. Then after that, I said, no, I can't be in powerlessness. I should become powerful. Then I become powerful. Then after that, other kids and all came back. I thought they'll give me mango, and they gave me mango. What I feel through this is, if you be ignorant, you'll be painful, but if you be in completion, you'll be happy.
I want to share something. I want to say that when we play with the deities, we'll become the deities. How means, before in the outer world, before we come to Gurukul, we will play with some Superman or toy or something. We'll become like that itself. We'll avoid achieving the space of enlightenment. when we come to Gurukul and when we are playing the deities here, we will become like the deities, how the gods or goddesses are living in the space of enlightenment, Advaita. We will become like that in the Gurukul. I am telling, please come to Gurukul and join here. We will be enjoying with our life. We can play with our life.
The 2-day Nithyananda Yoga program for adults and in-memory camp for children was conducted at the Banashankari Center, Bangalore.
During that experience, it was an intense experience and in a more subtle way.
And I'm able to feel that transformation inside me, where the silence is settling up slowly inside me.
I was much more conscious and aware of how it is to go through that death.
Once Swamiji started to give the experience, my body conscious got vanished and I was in a different plane.
I was laying down. Swamiji said, now your ankles are dying, now your feet are dying, now your ankles are dying. And I felt that happening.
I see Swamiji as a Kal Bhairava.
I was feeling such an intense silence inside me.
It felt as if I was separating myself from this body. I wasn't this body. And it was like a very conscious separation.
There I saw my body conscious completely vanished.
So I feel like a new space has opened up and I can carry on.
Where I felt love for everybody. So that was my very intense moment in the whole program actually.
I felt like a deep internal shift within me.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2016, on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the day 12 of the Living Shuddhadvaitam Convention in Ujjain Adinam as part of the most auspicious and the holiest event of the Kumbh Mela. Additionally, many celebratory cultural programs took place during the day, such as the traditional Bharatanatyam dance performance. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, since the beginning of his mission, hasn't stopped working towards reviving all aspects of the Vedic Hindu lifestyle and hasn't stopped empowering Hindus to reclaim their pride and trust on the immense power and the value of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It is worth noting that with the arrival of the East India Company in the 18th century, the British colonial rule in the 19th century, many classical Indian dance forms were ridiculed and discouraged, and this performance arts declined. So we'll catch more glimpses of this day through the short video magazine Nithyananda Times.
Thousands of residents of Nithyananda Peetham Ujjain joined Paramahamsa Nithyananda for a visit to the Mahakaleshwar temple. Swamiji graced the temple and all in attendance with his presence during the Bhasma Arati. Swamiji has become a household face and name through his time and attention paid to the entire Kumbh Mela and his dedication to serving the people in reviving the authentic tradition of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
Nithyanandam, my name is Baba Alokananda Agora Shivam. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I'm here with a wonderful group of people for the Kumbh Mela 2016 at Ujjain. We have a huge crowd every day, approximately 50 to 100,000 people who come into the camp, and I want to say every single hour the Annalaya is packed, jam-packed. People are eating the sumptuous agamic food, being uplifted from within just with the Annadan that people are performing. It's a great way to open up the Anahata. There's so many great volunteers assisting in serving, cooking, cleaning. This place is fantastic. The amount of teamwork that you can see in this spot in the Nithyananda Pitam is on par, or if not better, than even the best run organizations, and that brought everyone closer together. So we've all been blessed to have been put into situations where we learned how to exemplify leadership, exemplify our authenticity, responsibility, integrity, enriching. It's a blast. I'm 25 years old and I just turned 26, and I'm one of the happiest people here today. Third Eye Awakening with the Balasants definitely is something to experience unless you see it for yourself.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2017, and on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the Sadashivatva Day 5 and shared the secrets of integrity. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, first a statement that integrity does not come by practice. It is a cognitive shift, means decision from the depth. Here he explains what is practice, and you have some idea about life in your cognitions in your depth. You need to change that, then you use your logic to convince yourself by step, inch by inch, through your actions, words, struggle, everything. Your logic trying to take over your depth. Is it ever possible? All the practices is your logic trying to take over the depth. Cognition, I can say almost impossible, like moving Everest through your toothpick. Not even going to near the rest. From there, he beautifully explains how we can make integrity our state, and through integrity manifests power. Moving to the next year, the year of 2018, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam initiated the delegates with energy darshan from both the Inner Awakening and Sadashivatva program. Daily Uttamattama Seva was offered at Nithyanandeswara Sadashiva Devasthanam to Nithyanandeswara Mahasadashiva Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti, with the various rituals, seva, enriching activities, and the power manifestations, inspiring millions towards the science of Hinduism. Moving to the year of 2020, and KAILASA Department of Information Broadcasting, in collaboration with the Sri KAILASA Uniting Nations for Peacekeeping, aimed at eradicating violence and promoting peace, telecasted the Nithyananda Satsang on the secrets of attracting wealth. Part 1. There was a very special courtyard session whereby a very beautiful, a powerful Krishtashila and Jnananjana initiation was done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that the easiest way to manifest powers and get enlightened is to stop eating and drinking. reduce the food to 1 meal per day. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that the worst thing that can happen to human being is laziness, confusion, and delusion. All of which happen just because of the food. Contributing to over 108 humanitarian causes of Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University marked that day as the season 4, day 2 of Paramashivoham, with the delegates across multiple countries participating in the convention. One of the major highlights of the Kailasa's contribution through this convention was the power manifestation, that day being the power of Sarvanatva, levitation and reading through the current, reading thought current, the darshan. For the today was Chandi Devi Bhavasamadhi Darshan. Moving to the next year, the year of 2021, on this day, the ambassadors and delegates of the Kailasa nation received the Shaktipada and Shaktinipada with the live darshans of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducted the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading in Tamil for the whole of humanity. Following is a beautiful excerpts from the revelations that Devi Parashakti shared with all. I have come to give good path and good luck to all the worlds, to tell the path of yoga, wisdom, truth, to solve all the troubles and to give boon. I came here in the form of Paramashakti, Manonmani, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, Nithyananda, to give the boon. So with this, we come to the end of today's segment on Bhavasamadhi Darshan. Now it is time, we will be moving into the next part, and that is going to be a live satsang. So let's get ready to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I request all the viewers to sit straight and come to the space of receiving Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be entering into the live satsangs now.
Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. The existence of the super consciousness consciously, powerfully reflecting into your conscious existence, and your conscious existence recognizing your possibilities and powers of your superconscious existence is superconscious mutation. I wanted to make it very clear. This word mutants is misunderstood all over the world, especially the Hollywood movies and TV serials. The way they project the idea mutants, that is not the way Hinduism reveals about the conscious mutation. Please understand. The Hollywood movies and TV serials, what they talk about mutants is people with extra power, but not enlightenment or the intelligence, compassion to handle the power, compassion to handle the responsibility. It is more like a unconscious mutants from the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. The lower worlds. That concept only is presented in Hollywood movies and TV series like a Heroes, the New Heroes TV series. All these presents almost kind of a frightening depiction about the mutants. Completely forget about that. Understand what Hindu Shastras, Hindu scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, Puranas talk about superconscious mutation. From the vertical time zone, the higher conscious beings, people who achieved superconsciousness, those beings, their superconsciousness, when that reflects in your individual conscious existence, you start manifesting great enlightenment, intelligence, compassion, highest order of human values and divine qualities. With those jnana, buddhi, higher values, you start manifesting powers, extraordinary shaktis. Please understand. In India, even 200 years before, this was a lifestyle. Every village will have few Shatavadanis. Shatavadani means a person who can perform 100 acts at a time. Please understand. Great Vedic scholars in Hindu tradition developed these powers, possibilities through the superconscious mutation. Through this superconscious mutation, they could perform 100 acts at a time because all their non-mechanical parts of the brain was awakened through this superconscious mutation process. I want all of you to know elaborately our Hindu scriptures, history, books have documented. Puranas are not mythology or myth, it's a history. They have documented these superconscious mutants, people who had the superconscious mutation experience. The Panchapandavas' birth itself is a superconscious mutation. Kundi received the power to make the superconscious beings give their DNA and give birth to kids through their DNA. She brought Surya's DNA with the blessing of Surya. That superconscious mutant is Karna. Till the end, his great value, the greatest value of Surya is just giving. Radiance is his very nature. Anything Karna had, he just gave. The quality of giving, radiating, could never be removed from Karna because he is from the DNA of Surya. The greatest giver, Bhaskara, radiating. He gave his very life. He is the extraordinary giver. Then Kundi brought the DNA of Yamadharma Raja, Yama, who is the Lord of natural law, Dharma, and gave birth to a child in the same signs of superconscious mutation till the end. Dharma. Yudhishthira never violates Dharma. The way he upheld Dharma is unimaginable. It's because superconscious mutation. Then comes Bhima. It's a superconscious being, Vayu. His DNA was brought, and Vayu's very DNA, superconscious mutation has been done, and Bhima was born. The power Bhima radiated, the power of Vayu Bhagavan, the power Bhima radiated is unimaginable. Arjuna is a superconscious mutant of Indra. Then Nahula and Sahadeva, they are the superconscious mutants of Ashwini Kumaras. These great beings are all superconscious mutants. Understand? Our Idihasas, Puranas elaborately document these superconscious mutation and the signs of superconscious mutation. There's an elaborate description of the 7 enlightenment cities, Kashi, Kanchi, Madura, all these 7, Mayapuri, all these 7 enlightenment cities each having the population of 10,000 Sahasravatanis, 1 lakh Shadavatanis. Sahasravatani means who can perform 1,000 action at a time. Sadavadani means who can perform 100 action at a time. Please understand, what I am talking is not story. Even as recently as now, there are documentation in Mohal's court where they start awarding Shatavadanis. They start giving awards to Shatavadanis. There are documentation. In front of the court, people performed this 100 acts at a time. Forget all of that. Even now, in Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins community, they are keeping this tradition of avatanis alive. The living stream is not dead. It is there still. It's there. Shodasavadanis, Ashtavadanis, still the tradition is there. In Andhra, the Telugu Brahmins tradition, and even the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled in the banks of Kaveri in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. All the 3, Godavari, Karnataka, Kaveri in Karnataka, Kaveri in the Tamil Nadu, in all three places, the Telugu Brahmins who came and settled are still keeping these Avadani traditions alive. Actually, there's an elaborate description how these rivers were energized with the superconscious energy for these Avadani traditions to be kept alive. The Ganga was used for Sahasravatanis, people who can perform 1,000 acts. They settled in Kashmir and Kashi. Then the next level, people who can perform little less than 1,000, but around 900. They settled in Yamuna. And you need to know, after the Ganga and Yamuna, people who can perform above 500, but less than 900. That group settled near Godavari. That is why when we describe the rivers and worship, Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati. Saraswati does not come third. Godavari comes third. Then comes Saraswati. Gange cha Yamune chaiva Godavari Saraswati Narmade Sindhu Kaveri. It was different settlement of different Avadanis. There's an elaborate description of how these Avadanis are trained and how this science was kept alive. Avadani's training is one of the aspect of superconscious mutation. More than Avadanis, another important aspect of superconscious mutation is ability to use the astras. Ability to use the different organs, senses. Listen. Ability to use different organs and senses. That superconscious mutation is Avadanis. You will have an extraordinary capacity to smell, think, write poetry, recollect the numbers, names uttered, means the Jnanendriya, Karmendriya, Manas, Chitta, Buddhi, memory, everything will be fully active, alive, intensely, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. That is what is the definition of being an Avadani. All your Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas. Jnanendriya means the organs in your system which receives information and processes. Karmendriya means organs in your system which performs actions. Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs who are responsible for Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be fully active and alive. Sorry for using too many Sanskrit terms. I'll try to translate every Sanskrit term I'm using and give English meaning. The knowledge receptors and action performers, these two organs. For example, tongue, when it tastes, it is called Jnanendriya. When it speaks, it is called Karmendriya. Same tongue, when it performs the action of receiving the taste and processing that information, it's called Jnanendriya. The same tongue, when it performs the action of talking, it's called Karmendriya. Like that, the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas and the internal organs which are responsible for these Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas to be active. For example, liver. Only if your liver is absolutely detoxed and fully active, you will have a deep ability to coordinate all the actions. Please understand, coordination of all the actions needs not just the support of the brain, it needs the support of your liver. Because your liver is responsible for all your internal organs functioning smoothly. So, the Avadani has to keep his whole body detoxed. If you are an Avadani, you will automatically keep your body detoxed. Only if you are detoxed, you will be able to be an Avadani. Keeping all your Karmendriyas, Jnanendriyas and internal organs active, alive, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically, in a synced way is called Avadana. I myself have seen an Avadani who can smell, listen to the music, taste some of the food items, and hear the numbers, flower names, various other names being uttered, and see the scenes in front of him, which is constantly changed, various paintings, mix all this and sing poetry without missing the order. He can see everything, listen everything, and during this whole process, somebody will be touching his back with peacock feather at various points. He will narrate this whole thing in a poetic way without missing the order. This multiple performance Avadanis is one aspect of superconscious mutation. Then the next, using Shastras. That is what now I am making Suvignana master. See, in Shankara's history, if you see Adi Shankara's history, two of his disciples never studied anything. Totakacharya, Bhatmapada. They just served him. Just by superconscious mutation, he made both of them Shastravadanis. Shastravadanis, like Sahasra Avadanis on Shastra. Sahasra Avadanis means they can perform 1,000 actions at a time. Shastra centered. He made both of them Sarvanyas. What Mandana Mishra did through the self-effort, his whole life, Adi Shankara gave it through superconscious mutation to Todaka and Bhatmabadacharyas, just like that. Sarvanyatva can be transmitted through the initiation. And Sahasravadana of Shastras can be transmitted just like that. Adi Shankara has demonstrated it. Then Sahasravadanis of Shastras. How do you think Drona could transmit this whole science to all the students in short period? Especially the capacities of Arjuna, Bhima. If you see all their capacities, unimaginable capacities cannot come by training. It is only the science of superconscious mutation. Just within 7 years, Karna receives everything including Brahmastram from Parasurama. How? It's impossible by training, but only through the superconscious mutation. Understand, superconscious mutation is a science. There are 25 branches of Sahasravatana, performing 1,000 actions at a time centered on organs. This tradition is kept alive in the Telugu Brahmins community who settled in the banks of Godavari and Kaveri. Understand what I am saying? Even now, there is a living stream, at least few people. We have Shodasavadanis, means who can perform 16 actions at a time. I want to tell you, put this on record, how the invaders of India destroyed this Avadani tradition. They understood these Avadanis are the powerful people keeping this Hindu tradition alive. So these invaders started rewarding the Avadanis. Everyone thought, why will award and reward Avadanis? Hindus. Because all these Hindu Avadanis have started coming out openly, publicly to receive the award and reward. They collected everyone and finished them off once for all. That is the way the living stream of the Avadanis were destroyed by the invaders. Understand? But one good news I have for you, all of you, is fortunately, this Avadani, the superconscious mutation, is done in the DNA level. If the Telugu Brahmin DNA is available, Telugu Brahmin kids are available, that is enough. I can reinitiate them, revive the whole Avadani tradition, which is what I am doing through our Gurukul. This is the good news we have. The Gotra of Avadanis, the Telugu Brahmins who carry this Avadanis DNA. If the child is initiated, into power manifestation, immediately he reclaims, his DNA is awakened, and the whole Avadana powers starts manifesting. The superconscious mutation starts happening. Shrikant Iyer is sending a message. His family also, there are Avadanis. Shrikant Iyer, you are a Tamil Brahmin. That is not called Avadanis. That is a different science. It is yogic powers. Please understand. The Telugu Brahmins kept the Avadana tradition alive. Tamil Brahmins kept the Mantra Shastra alive. The Avadanis which you are talking, Shrikant Iyer, your family, you are actually Tamil Brahmin, means the Tanjavur Brahmins, Tambra's family. Hope I am right. And people who carry that Iyer title, that DNA, your Avadanatva is manifested through Mantra Shastra. Fundamentally, the Tamil Brahmins Avadana tradition, that superconscious mutation is Shastra centered. The Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition is organ centered. Karmendriya, Jnanendriya centered power is the Telugu Brahmins Avadana tradition. The Tamil Brahmins, see, I don't want to create any conflict or community fight here. I am just putting all these things in record. Whatever I saw in the Akashic records and Shastras and the traditions and books, I am putting it on record. The Tamil Brahmins have the Sahasravatana capacity, Shastra centered. Once the Tamil Brahmin boy or a girl goes through a superconscious mutation, he can perform Avadana on any Shastras. On any Shastras. The Shastra-centric Avadana performance, Sahasravadana performance, science was kept alive, focused by Tamil Brahmins. Please understand, it's not that Tamil Brahmins never studied the Avadana tradition of Telugu Brahmins, but each of them took up one branch and kept it alive. And Shastra-centered Avadana tradition, Shastra means weapon. Shastra, Astra-centered Avadana tradition was kept alive by Parasurama's Gotra in UP. The whole UP area, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand, in that area, the Parasurama's Gotra is still alive. They have that Sahasravadana tradition centered on Shastras and Astras. Still, I have seen one Brahmin sadhu who can pick up a grass and chant a mantra and throw that grass, it will catch fire by itself and go and fall some 20-30 kilometers away and blast. I have seen a sadhu who can perform this Avadana. Please understand, the organ-centric superconscious mutation Avadani tradition was kept alive in Telugu Brahmin stream. Shastra-centric, mantra-centric, Sahasravadana tradition was kept alive by Tamil Brahmins, and Astra Shastra, weapon-centric Avadana was kept alive by the Parashurama's Gotra in UP and Uttarakhand, the modern day Uttar Pradesh and UP, the UP, Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand. And Ramesh Ramani is sending a message that they are Telugu Brahmins, and one of his great-grandmother has written the Ramayana on wall. Oh God. Actually, these are living, what to say, that living documentations. And I'm getting so many messages. And Nitya Ramani is saying that Isha and Keshav are of Telugu Brahmins. Can they be initiated, Swamiji? Please understand, for the superconscious mutation, they have to be in a Gurukul. And Nitya Ramani, if you want 2 kids for the family, keep Isha and Keshav. Now plan to give birth to more kids. And you are young, you are not old. You are young, you can. Give birth at least 2 to 3 kids more. Send them to Gurukul because it needs a full attention for their DNA to fully manifest. Mainly the ecosystem where they continue every day, they have to manifest powers. Their food. You need to understand, Nitya Ramani, because you asked, I am telling you, the lifestyle and the kind of words people utter around, all that plays a major role when a child flowers into Avadani. The fear and greed, everything should be centered on power manifestation, not on money manifestation. See, it is not that our Gurukul kids don't have fear or don't have greed, but it is all centered on power manifestation. They get greedy to manifest more powers. They get fear if they don't manifest powers. But it is not centered on money. Oh, will I get a job? Will I get this certificate? Will I get that? So understand, the whole life has to be focused on power manifestation and becoming Avadanis. The real reason why I am so focused on Gurukul is my work is not just writing some 1,000 books, giving 1,000 satsangs. My work is superconscious mutation. Making thousands and thousands of Avadanis, power manifestors, demonstrably. Please understand one more thing. I want to put this whole thing on record. Good news is, this whole science is recorded inside the DNA. So as long as the last Brahmin is alive, this science cannot be destroyed, cannot be eliminated. That's the good news. The great news is, Paramashiva has empowered me. He has given me the power to revive, awaken, and do the superconscious mutation. And revive that power of Sahasravadani. So Nithyaramani, first thing, you are young, you are not old. Both of you are young. You can plan for at least 2 or 3 more kids and send them to Gurukul after the age of 7. This will be equivalent to giving $1 billion to Hindu society. Understand? When you give one child to Gurukul and when he starts manifesting powers, a tradition is revived. Not just one person, a tradition is revived. I always tell people, when one Hindu woman is taken away, it is not that we lose one woman, yet whole lineage is lost. Same way, if the one child, Brahmin child, or one Brahmin girl starts manifesting this avatana powers, it is not that one girl or one boy is manifesting. The whole gotra, the whole order, the tradition, the heritage, that whole lineage is revived. The kids who are staying in their home with parents, I can initiate them, give them few powers. But becoming like a Sahasravatani, you need the ecosystem where the kids manifest these powers intensely. I wanted to tell all of you who put the message now, Ramesh Ramani, Nithya Ramani, Shrikant Iyer, all of you, take this very seriously. One child from the Brahmin tradition, Brahmin DNA. Please understand, I am not a casteist person. All of you should know, I myself is not a Brahmin DNA. I am from Adisheva community. So you should know that I am not a casteist person, and I talk so much about social justice, and I work for the social justice. Here I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. I am not talking about the social community structure. I am talking about the biology of the superconscious mutation. So understand, if one Brahmin child becomes part of the Gurukul and he starts manifesting powers and Sarvanyatva, and he starts manifesting this Avadanitva, not just the one child, the whole lineage is revived. Hindus need to realize, last 300 years, heavy persecution, huge effort was put to destroy this Avadani science, the superconscious mutation science, because this is the core of Hinduism. Core of Hinduism is not just in Shastras, not just in temples. All that is great. Keeping it alive, all that is container. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Understand, I am not disrespecting Shastras or the temples. No way. But all I am telling you is, Shastras and temples are all containers. See, when invaders invaded India, they burnt libraries, whole thing. Some of our libraries was burning for 2 years. Around 20 million books, manuscripts have been burnt. But the whole thing was rewritten within next 10 years by just 10 Brahmins sitting in a remote forest, because in their DNA the whole thing is programmed and in their memory the whole thing is there. They just sit and go on writing. Patanjali himself says, I took my 1,000-headed Patanjali Adisesha farm and wrote this whole Mahabhashya. It means he became the Sahasravatani, the 1,000 independent, intelligent brain tracts. He activated it. And all the whole 1,000 track revealed all the 1,000 branches of the knowledge. Patanjali is the Tamil Brahmin who is a Sahasravatani, mantra, Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. Is the Tanjore Brahmin. Shastra-centric Sahasravatani. He reveals the whole Mahabhashya. So if you just have one Patanjali, even if 1,000 libraries are burnt, no problem. They will repeat it and rewrite it, pen the whole thing down in next 10 years. That is the way, even though millions of temples are destroyed and the libraries got burned, we immediately came back. We immediately revived the whole thing in next generation, within next generation. Now is the time to revive not just the Avadani science of organ-centric, mantra-centric, Shastra and Shastra-centric, all the 25 branches of Avadani tradition. Sahasravatana in all 25 branches, the mantra, power manifestation. Power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana is one of the signs, branches. We can create kids who can perform 1,000 power manifestation at a time. Sahasravatana at a time. I can talk about all these things. With Paramashiva's grace, I have a right to talk about all these things because I already demonstrated many things which I am talking. Understand? The organ-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is this remote vision, ability to read blindfolded, and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. That is what is that any book without opening the eyes, the kids can just tell what is there in which page. Already Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. Sarvanyatva, not just Nithyananda, many kids along with Nithyananda demonstrated this power multiple times. And Astra-centric, Astra-Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. This comes under this materialization. Many other power manifestations come under this Astra and Shastra-centric Sahasravatana. You can receive anything you want and send anything you want. Many of these powers, these Avadana traditions, these sciences I have demonstrated. Now, through a large-scale Gurukul, I'll be taking this whole science to the whole world. See, the good news I have for all of you is, with the grace of Paramashiva, we demonstrated it is possible. We already revived the foolproof. The methodology is success, end to end, the quality control passed. That is done. Now we will have to make it available to the whole world by making large numbers, like 10,000 balasans, 10,000 female sannyasinis, 10,000 rudraganyas, manifesting these different avadana traditions. That is what we have to do, and that is what I am doing. That is what I am focused, and I know what all the dangers and attacks possible, what all the persecution, dangers and attacks possible. I am first doing all the protection needed to protect once I start doing this work. So understand, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will do it, and he is doing it. He is really doing it. He is doing great work in large scale. Great work in large scale. I am just creating the infrastructure needed to host these thousands of kids, thousands of Gurukul Balasans, thousands of sannyasis, rudraganyas, apat sannyasis, who will work on the superconscious mutation, start manifesting these powers. I'm just working. So understand, by the time I evolve these infrastructures, all of you who put the message, Shrikant, Nithyaramani, Ramesh Ramani, all of you, you guys plan for getting more and more Brahmin kids. Your very DNA which you want to revive. Start working. If you feel, oh, it is little late for me, Swamiji, especially Ramesh Ramani may say, I think Swamiji, it is little late for me. But no problem. You have daughters, you have sons and daughters. You tell your daughters to give birth. Let the next generation. See, if possible, you give birth. If not, your sons and your daughters. Ask them. If you want 2 child for your family, have 2 for you, and give few more kids birth to at least 2-3 more, and let that child go and be part of the Gurukul and revive the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I tell you, sending a child to the Gurukul will be equivalent to donating $1 billion to Hindu society. Because even if you give $1 billion, what will I do? I have to find a living DNA, kids, who will go through the superconscious mutation process and manifest this to the world. I can do all the Sahasravatana, but one person doing, maybe it will bring glory to me, but I am interested in bringing the glory to the whole Hindu tradition, not just me. I am interested in reviving this whole tradition where 10,000 kids perform the superconscious mutation process of Sahasravatana. I want all the Brahmins to know, especially if you are from a family where alcohol and non-veg is not a lifestyle, where still you keep the Brahminical traditions alive, you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA. which can revive Hinduism. So I request the Brahmins, especially still who are living the Brahminical lifestyle of no non-veg, no alcohol, that lifestyle. You all need to know you are carrying something extraordinary in your DNA, and your kids not only can be the greatest gift for reviving Hinduism, they can be greatest gift for the whole humanity. Sonali Gupta is asking, what was the Kashmir Avatani tradition? Kashmir Avatani tradition was power manifestation science. On power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. If you see the whole Kashmiri Shaivite tradition, it was all about the power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. They were able to manifest 1,000 powers at a time. Sahasravatana on Shakti Avishkarana tradition. See, a university, Hindu university, this is the way it existed. Fortunately, I could get the blueprint of at least 12 universities that existed. Tarukavanam. Tarukavanam is one of the greatest Hindu university where the rewriting of all the Puranas happened. The Tarukavana rishis. And then the Kadambavanam. Kadambavanam is around the Madurai. There was a university. Madurai was called Kadambavanam, and around the Madurai, one university. And Vedaranyam, forest of Vedas in Tamil Nadu, Vedaranyam, and Kanchi. Like that, different universities' blueprints I got. Fortunately, Paramashiva gave access to me. In that, I saw all these universities had 25 branches of Sahasravatanis. People who can perform 1,000 actions spontaneously, simultaneously, synergetically, because of the superconscious mutation, either centered on organs, or centered on Shastras, scriptures, or centered on Shakti Avishkarana, power manifestation, or centered on Astra Shastra Vidyas. Like these 25 branches, the metallurgy and arts, the whole Vishwakarma Sampradaya. Understand, we had Vishwakarmas who can perform 1,000 acts at a time on the science of sacred arts. Vishwakarmas are called Vishwakarma Brahmins. You should know that. They are Brahmin DNA. That was one of the branch in the 25 branches of the university. With Paramashiva's grace, we will revive all the 25 branches. Sahasravatanis in each branch. At least few thousand kids, so that it is kept alive forever in the future. I have already demonstrated the grace of Paramashiva, the science Paramashiva gave to me is working. I have already demonstrated. Now I just needed to scale it up. And I also realized what all the external attacks and internal attacks possible. When I scale it up, based on that, I am creating an infrastructure where once we start doing it, we will not need to waste our time in defending ourselves from the external attacks and internal attacks. We have a complete foolproof system where there is no attacks. We are absolutely safe. With the grace of Paramashiva, he has already given us that kind of a legal, political structure. Now we are just making infrastructure. And this is what is the real revival of enlightened civilization. Conscious civilization. And I know now what I said, what I focused, and what I delivered is too much even to grasp. These Avadani traditions which I described, 4 different Avadani traditions. Organ-centered, mantra-centered, Shastra-Astra-centered, sacred arts centered. Just understanding this 4 itself, you need to watch this satsang at least for 10 days. And you should first of all understand Avadani. You should see few Avadanis. Only then you will understand what is this Avadani tradition. Only if you see my Gurukul Balasans manifesting some 10-12 powers, you will understand this power manifestation is possible. Till then you can never understand. You may think, no, it is not possible, it is all just humbug. You can go on. But only if you see, check for yourself, foolproof, you will understand, wow, it is all true. Same way, only if you see few Avadanis, you will understand. The Avadani tradition is possible. Is possible. And understand all these various Avadani traditions. Totally 25 different Avadani traditions existed in Hinduism, documented as the documents I could see. Whatever documents I could see, I saw these 25 traditions. So, I am going to revive this 25, and Paramashiva has blessed me with the knowledge, ability, energy, Kundalini Shakti to perform the superconscious mutation for all these 25 traditions. In these 25 traditions, each one represents one face of Paramashiva. One face of Paramashiva represents one Avadani tradition. Avadani is a person who can perform multiple acts simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. Because of the superconscious mutation happened in him. It can be in the field of organs. It can be in the field of Shastra scriptures. It can be in the field of power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. It can be in the field of Stapatya Veda, sacred arts. Stapatya Veda. It can be in the field of food and medicine, Ayurveda, Ayush Veda. Food and medicine both are considered as the same branch in Hindu tradition. Food and medicine was not separate. It was one and the same in Hindu tradition. And all these 25 branches, with the grace of Paramashiva, we will be reviving through the superconscious mutation process. Paramashiva himself is here to do this work, to do this job. All the major Hindu universities we had, Naimisharanya, Tarukavana, Katambavana, Vedaranya, all these were the great universities which had all these 25 traditions, 25 Sarvanya Pitas. Understand? Temples, monasteries, gurukuls, libraries, all of them are containers. Content is this superconscious mutation process. Especially if you are from a Brahmin community who's still living the Brahminical traditional lifestyle of no non-veg and no alcohol. Actually, if you don't do Gayatri, if you don't do Sandhya Vandanam, if you don't do Agnihotra Mandala also is okay. I'm not saying don't do. Even if you have not performed all of that is also okay, because that can be just revived. But the non-veg and alcohol and drugs directly affects the very DNA structure. The capacity of the DNA is lost if you allow non-veg and alcohol and drugs. If you have kept non-veg, alcohol, drugs away and lived the Brahminical lifestyle, if you just keep these three away, that Brahminical lifestyle will be more than enough. You are still carrying a powerful DNA which can be a great blessing not only for Hindus, for the whole world. Because if you give one child, for example, Paramesha, Shri Advait and Mahadvait gave Paramesha and Tattva to Gurukul. Especially Paramesha, the way he started manifesting powers when he was a kid. It is not that now he is only one sannyasi or one kid, one balasant manifesting powers. He is going to revive, inspire a lineage. I am giving an example. If he becomes a Pitadipati, once fully able to perform Sahasravatana, 1000 actions, he can easily perform 50 at least right now. 50 power manifestation he can perform right now, simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. I just need to support him with an ecosystem, and it will be just hardly 2-3 years work for him to become 1000 Sahasravatani. in power manifestation, in Shakti Avishkarana. Because he's a Tamil Brahmin, the Tanjavur Brahmin DNA, he will be naturally centered on mantra, the Shastra, scripture-centric Sahasravatani, that he will naturally manifest with the power manifestation. Because power manifestation directly I am giving. So you will be able to do both, like a power manifestation, Sahasravatana, and mantra, Shastra manifestation, Sahasravatana. Both he will be able to easily perform. So when he does that, if he becomes a Pidadipati, a sannyasi, he will be inspiring millions of the next generation to become sannyasis and take the science forward. If he decides to become Grihastha, when he grows up and if he decides he wants to get married, at least his whole family and the lineage, that Karuvari Parambarai, will start carrying the same awakened superconscious mutation DNA. Anyway, he will be blessing for the world. If he takes up Grihastha, he will be making few kids manifesting. If he becomes sannyasi, he will be making few thousand kids manifesting this Sahasravatana. That's all. Understand? What I am talking is a clear Paramashiva's blueprint. He will do it. He is doing it. He is doing it. I tell you, the real work is all about superconscious mutation. Actually, when Paramesha had a fracture in the hand, it is because of my fear for Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I sent him to hospital. If there was no interference of Madhvait and Rishiyadvait, I would not have sent him to hospital. Because I know how to heal it simply, just by the superconscious mutation. But Madhvait is terrorized. What can I do? I have to be legally right as per the Indian law. So I said, all right, take him to hospital and do what need to be done. I only consciously supported him. If I did not have Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait's interference, all it would have taken for me is 10 minutes to remove the pain, next 10 minutes to make the bone set. And after half an hour, I'll tell them, hey, now take the X-ray and show that it's all clear. The X-ray will prove he's all right, it's all clear. That's it. No question of any other things needed. Because this Avadana tradition, when the superconscious mutation starts happening inside a child, he gets the power to manifest the body as he wants. Paramesha did not have pain when he had a fracture, his connection with me. But he has to be sent to hospital for medical attention is because of Mahadvait and Rishiyadvait's fears. Middle class Hindus, what to do? For last 5-6 generations, even they do not know that this kind of avadana is possible, and even they have not seen their parents or great-grandparents manifesting these powers. At least 3-4 generations it is gone. So they are all jittery, shaky, middle-class Hindus. Always they want to have a plan B, that fallback. And it is not their mistake. That is the way now, because for so many generations, you did not see all this is possible. Forget about Mahadvait, Rishiyadvait, Parameshya getting medically treated. When I had the fracture, not only I did not have pain, but finally, no hospital was ready to do the surgery without anesthesia. I am telling, hey, I am an adult. I will write and give you that I don't want anesthesia. You perform the surgery directly. Actually, I did not even want to go to the allopathy hospital. I want to go to the Puttur. In Tamil Nadu, there is a place called, sorry, not Tamil Nadu, Andhra. There is a place called Puttur, Nagari Puttur, where the Sahasravadanis of medical field, in that one branch is still alive. Any kind of fracture, they will cure it without any surgery in 10 days. From all over the world, people come there. I want to go there actually. But these guys were constantly, these doctors, no, we cannot discharge you from the hospital and it has to be done within next few hours. All this big mess. And I thought, oh God, even I have to be legally obedient. Obey legally. Even I cannot go through the surgery without anesthesia. That was. But what to do? When you are in a country, you have to go through their legal system. Actually, the moment I had the fracture, I told my disciples, hey, drive to Nagari Puttur directly. Don't go to Bangalore. But somehow these fellows said, no, Swamiji, let's first take the X-ray and know where the fracture is exactly and take it to the Nagari Puttur so that they will repair it. We will go to hospital only for diagnosis, but treatment we will go to Nagari Puttur. But once you enter the hospital, they say, no, we can't discharge you. You are a VIP. And the hospital will get the bad name if we send you out. Then I said, all right, perform at least surgery without anesthesia. But the law is law. They said, no, it's a law of the land. They have to first of all report to police and they have to report to government because a VIP having a hand fracture and they are answerable to any of the repercussions or outcomes. Anyhow, but I tell you, only when I demonstrate the powers of the superconscious mutation, world will realize the greatest gift Hindus are having, which need to be shared with the whole world. This will be the greatest gift Hindus will be giving to the whole world. I'll continue with my initiations into superconscious mutation in the further sessions. Today I wanted to reveal the blueprint, Paramashiva's blueprint. In the further satsangs, I'll give detailed initiations. So, with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Maha KAILASA of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Science of our manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagamas that stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, the experience, manifestation of the guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage, which is demonstrable to the world. And Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. Bhagavan Paramashiva has clearly given us the Pramanas to understand the deeper science of how the superconscious mutation can manifest in each one of our life as a physical reality. For the power of Akashic reading, the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, is taken from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vijnana, consciousness, Bhairava, one who experienced the consciousness, Tantra is the method. Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61.
Akashic reading is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 84, Dharana 61.
Akasham Vimalam Pashyam Kritva Drishtim Nirantaram Shabdhatma Skandana Devi Bhairavam Vapuratmayat Akasham Vimalam Pashyam Kritva Drishtim Nirantaram Shabdhatma Skandana Devi Bhairavam Vapuratmayat. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha, beyond the skies and clouds, one should fix the gaze from the power of third eye without blinking continuously and making the body and the inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the state, nature and the power of infinite space, Bhairava. Bhagavan Paramashiva gives us how we can experience the infinite space. Bhagavan says when you do the fasting, like for Pradosham or Somavara Vridam, with some things that you have taken up, when your body is fasting and you go lie down under a vast sky, night, and simply you can absorb and feel the trance state of awareness. All the science was available to us to understand the deeper reality. We understand time in the way we perceive the reality as a compartmental. Bhagavan says what we understand as time is like how a child, if the child is playing with a clay mold and the child is breaking a clay mold, a hand of a doll, it will start crying because it doesn't know how to fix it. But you know that you can fix it and even make the doll into a car or a table because you know how it exists. Same way, time, Bhagavan says, is happening as one inside the other. Like, for example, how you have the milk. Inside the milk, there is the yogurt. Inside the yogurt, there is butter. And inside the butter, there is ghee. All that is part of the milk itself. Same way, how we understand time as compartment, but it is already there inside the power of now, the vertical time zone. Even if you have to experience the past, we experience in the current moment only. So where is the question of past? Even we don't know what is past. We call it past, but we even speak that past in only the present moment. And same way, if you understand how the dream works, in the dream you don't have time as you understand time, because in the dream you can see people who are dead. You can become younger than your kids. You can be writing exam while your kids are going to some work. So many different possibilities of time is happening in your dream. And you happen in your dream. You also happen in your spouse's dream or your friend's dream at the same night. How is that possible? You appear in multiple places. You appear in the different age groups of in the dream. That is because you understand that all that exists is all that superpositions of time. What we understand as time is a chronological clock which is just used for some basic understanding what happens next. But that is for the outer world, for probably catching a flight or connecting to two people in a place, like how you have a Zoom. You give a number and both of you use that number, you're able to function properly in the outer world. That is the clock is meant for two people or some people working together at some number. But that is not time itself, Bhagavan says. Time is something which is Kala, which is consciousness, the ultimate. Like Bhagavan says, how you put anything in fire, the fire burns and transforms the whole thing into a next dimension. Like if you put some object, it becomes ashes. If you put some liquid, it becomes vapor. It transforms the very quality of that object into something else. Same way, when you pass through the vertical time zone, you are in the space of oneness with Paramashiva beyond the fear and greed. If you step back from your obsessive compulsive reactionary space, fear and greed, Bhagavan says you can experience the Kala dimension of you, which is going to transform you into the next possible things of higher states of occurring, how you exist in the 14 dimensions. The Bhagavan says once you understand the higher dimensions, you will be performing the avadani, the ultimate possibilities, how you can occur in different possibilities. Because we are stuck with just length, breadth and depth and understanding time only as chronological sequence, we are always living in our past. As long as we are in a chronological way of thinking, we are always living in the past as matter. Bhagavan says that is why Kalabhairava has his left foot in the front. If we understand consciousness is the way we are established, again and again, Paramashiva, who is manifesting every thought, every word, every action, if we establish ourselves, we have come down to celebrate how Paramashiva is manifesting through us. We'll understand the greater science. We'll wake up as Paramashiva, who we are as existential reality. How from the dream's body we wake up to this body that we call waking state. Same way from waking state we wake up as Paramashiva, we will experience the conscious state. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully gives us how the yogis lived and manifested. Swami Vivekananda and here Lahari Swami, both of them have lived this beautiful space of Chaitanya. He was explaining Chaitanya to his disciple, and to a great surprise, suddenly he started shouting that he was drowning and all the souls are drowning at the coast of Japan. And next day the news is exactly same. A ship came and hit and so many were dead and they were floating near the borders of Japan. And this was recorded clearly, and Swami Vivekananda also had the same experience of how he could experience the earthquake. All the Mahatma, how do they experience all this? It's like one part of your body having a severe cut. How would you feel? Obviously, you would know the pain and you would know how it feels. So they understand because they are in the unified field. You living as a consciousness, as energy, you fall into the unified field, the higher dimensions, where you are connected to everything that exists as Paramashiva. And you experience that deeper reality in you as Paramashiva. And more, if you live the higher dimensions, you become the Avadani and experience the greater reality. Today, what are we going to experience? Today, all that we are going to experience is the space of oneness with Paramashiva and do the Akashic reading. So you can have a partner, or you can have written the places where you're going to scan for the current happening. Whatever is happening, write down the detail, and at the end of the session we can Google or ask the partner and verify. If you have Jnananjan, you can apply the Jnananjan in your third eye, your temple, on the Paramashiva Shila or banyan leaf or your yantra. You can use that to do the Akashic reading. And if you have the Atma Murti, you can use the Atma Murti just to see Bhagavan and read the golden letters. Whatever Paramashiva shows spontaneously, write down. It will be 100% exact, spot on. What he is sharing with you is exactly what is in Google or in your partner. Even if you get a portion of it correct, let's mark it and share with the world at the end. All we are going to do is few minutes, get completely unclutched, be in the space of oneness. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Constantly absolute unclutching from everything that you know as your identity. How you go to sleep, the same thing we are going to experience going into the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you go in awareness to that deep sleep, you are in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi because you don't know your body, your gender, your nationality, any identity. All you know is the space of oneness with Paramashiva and constantly melting in Paramashiva. That is the deepest space you can experience the oneness with Paramashiva, and going on melting in Paramashiva, you will start experiencing the highest reality. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from our navel center and constantly holding the space Paramashiva is real in deep compassion and gratitude, and dissolve yourself and disappear into Paramashiva for few minutes and experience the oneness. Whatever Paramashiva shows, please go ahead and write it down, and you will exactly see what you want manifested as reality. Now let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely from your navel center in deep gratitude. Sit as Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. Feel your 25 heads clearly on your neck. Feel your 75 eyes. Be alive and aware for a few minutes. And deep listening just will dissolve the mind into the space of oneness. Decide very clearly, I am going to dissolve the mind, become one with Paramashiva, experience the ultimate. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Headed 50-handed Paramashiva as eternally 16, youthful. Commit with Paramashiva. Only he exists. Anything else is delusion. Now, sit straight. We'll enter into the process. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes, and whatever Paramashiva has shown, please go ahead and verify with your partner or Google and authentically take a picture of what you have written and what the Google is saying, and share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, Bhagavan is asking you to enrich and cause others, because your inner space will expand and establish in more and more. Paramashiva is real. Beyond the time that you are suffocating yourself, there exists a Kala which is so compassionate, which makes you into the ultimate dimensions that you can experience. So go on causing the world. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. And more you will experience the oneness with Paramashiva. Please have the hashtag Paramashivoham Shakshi Pramana, hashtag KAILASA, hashtag Nithyananda, hashtag Power Manifestation, and make sure you tag it to your friends and families. With that, let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation, all the experience at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all the gifts from Kailasa for each one of us every single day. And thanking all of you here, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, simple integrity, simple obedience, Guruvak as life, doing the power manifestation every single day, the Jnanapada. And thank you for sharing all this greater truth in the social media and enriching and causing others. With that, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Hold the powerful cognition. Paramashiva is real in my thought, word and action. Seeing Paramashiva in all that I experience throughout the day. Holding that as only powerful cognition. And now let's end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be after the darshan or satsang. For more powers, please log in to KAILASA. Thank you, Nithyananda.